Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox and welcome to my stream. Yeah. Hey y'all! We're gonna go ahead and get this started as quick as possible since it will be raids, so we need to be able to... Also, I have a new outfit, kinda. What do you mean? Anyways. I got my Viper up to 90. Well, it's 97 now, but I mean 90, so do that. And I might do the Summoner's quest, being that I should have stopped at level 60, and I haven't even got to level 61. Hey, Gravath, how are you? All right. I forgot to check for... I think it might be now. Let me go. I'm doing okay. How about you? Yep, a Ruby Doomsday. Yep, I was correct. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Hey, Woofy, woof, 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 woof. Happy early birthday, Woofy! Hi, Lana! Listen loud for her to, in earnest, do threats. That's good, Gravath. Ha! Ah, Ishnai, glad you can make it. You may have heard Commander Alden has given orders to embark from the Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front lines again against these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they'll make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Balsar and his followers who led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've given it as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare to say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. Oh no. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. So, I don't know anything about these fights, so y'all get to watch me struggle. Struggle bust this. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna try to do it as a DPS. You soloed most of them? I'm not that good at that. I'll try as my dancer, though. Thank you for the bits! I appreciate! Hey, so cute. On your way to headquarters, I take it? Yes. Am I regret this? Probably. Am I always regretting things? Yes. To be honest, we weren't sure if you'd show up. I, for one, am glad you decided to throw your lot in with us. I mean... Gaia says you're our best hope of defeating that abomination. We've seen only a glimpse of their true power, and that was even more than enough for us. The bits. So your mind is set? Then I shall apprise you of the situation. We have discovered that previously abandoned Ultima weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed at the Eorzean front. It's named the Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gift of its predecessor may have been sufficient source of its resilience. As you all know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb aether from icons, and the Ruby weapon is no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Gularmod's occupied territories and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was the only beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws, Kinky, that extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all. If I hadn't been so careless, it wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury the shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Ishnai's assistance presents us our best chance of stopping the war machina. It's true, if anyone's capable of putting down some monstrosity, it would be her. I know, right? Can you stop talking as though I'm not right next to you? Though I have no right to ask you of this, will you lend us your strength? I love destroying Ultima weapons. I don't want to back down from a fight, except when I am. Yeah, my thanks. It's not your thanks I'm worrying about. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. Well, that's why I came back to you so long after, everything, ended. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on Grimlit Dark. That is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their hosts. Should it break through our lines, there's no telling the devastation. Desolation. Okay. It will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. That is nothing fucking new. Once you've steeled yourself for battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. Lead the way. What price must the world pay for my hubris? A lot, actually, but it's fine. I'll be here to fix everything. Except when I'm not. Short while earlier, in the Garlean-occupied city of... Ugh, that was bad to detect. Commencing Ruby weapon activation sequence. All units, stand by. Oh, that was an engineer, but I feel like making it sound like a... See? He's happy to see us. See those teeth? Boobs. Hot. Boobs. I mean... initiating synthetic aura sight system. Fusion success, no sizes and compatibility. Awaiting your signal. We're Gundaming these. Gutsy female voice. Ruby weapon, codename Darnus. Ready for launch. Gutsy female. Jeez. The question once again continues. Why does it need teeth if it doesn't eat? Valiant... Then it was brief me on our mission. I must take you as far as our expected point of contact with the Ruby weapon once you arrive. To you, I'm afraid. fetch real quick. Your banya. Banya. Your banya. Rar. Enemy detected. Commencing attack. Okay. Headbang music. Liquefaction, ew. Oh, wow. So I gotta stand on that. Cool. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna flow out like that. Got it. Why am I thinking goddamn Attack on Titan music? Not sure why. Nope. You know, if I die here, I'm just gonna restart and do with other people. Yeah. I have to get through 3 of those, so I'd rather, you know... So you joining, Wolfie? I wouldn't be asking. Thinking. Thinking. Draw me like one of your French girls. Draw me! Draw. I mean, once you start with the simple stuff, you can slowly learn how to do it better for everything. Oh. Wow. Evelyn's over here looking like a fuck bunny, and I think I'm in love. I mean, I'm not easily distracted. flexible claws. Lexi Seal! Lexi Seal. Da-da-da. Raven's Claw. Up here, the rubber weapon is unstoppable! I'm sorry, everyone. This is in for me activating Oversoul. Bitch, really? Increasing pilot override rate to 100%, commencing force shutdown and system restart. Synthetic aura sight swapping to Oversoul mode. Loading sample data sample. TARDIS combat data ready. Insulating or ew. What is this? No! Get out of my mind! No, I'm not now. She went from a 10 to a 20. I am Male Van Darnus. Didn't I kill you in the first Bahamut thing? Come to purify this forsaken land. But I am part of the... You know, I'm kind of glad that I got more people here. Because I would have hated having a second go. No, yeah, he was from Coils of Bahamut. Or she. They. always goddamn meteor! A wee bit. All the blows. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable, as ever, an impressive display. Thanks. Though I am sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pairs in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on it unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie? Ollie? Ellie? Father! It's been too long, Alphonse and you, Rex. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the Ultima Weapon Project, making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only matter of time until our paths cross. It was wonderful to see you again, Father, although I cannot say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I am a bad influence, yes. I know a lot's happened, but I'm glad you're alright. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us. Oh, I've been back a few times. My days of serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varus? But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything could go back the way it was. No, it won't. Oh god, these goddamn headaches, you know. So we found you two shivering in the roadside while it was going through Werlyt. Oh, lucky you, eh? If you hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for three of us, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on the street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there were a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. Should we say you're saying we should join the army? Join the Navy instead. Oh, didn't mean to that. It's a good idea. Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. It's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father. Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. That makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You better be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Oh god. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire for us. Oh, for us, too. If we'd known you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... Was she one of the girls inside that? The re-reppin'? Huh? I feel like you were missing a few people. If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that the nailed Vandarinus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Milisan... Yeah? No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was your sister. To you. To all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you've done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. Of course. Alright, beating children to, get them to behave. Part 1. As for you, hero Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to... I mean, you did it first. She was gonna die there. I swear it. Millie. You know how much I've heard that? Like, I should start, a fund. Maybe I'd actually be rich. You want to talk about it? Hi, Sid. Well. Gaius Van Belisar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Millie, should still be in the cockpit. I'll ask Val to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Millie is? An Emperor crony of his, perhaps? One of the orphans? Gaius always did have an eye for talent, and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livy was another prestige of his. Yeah, and she wanted to fuck him. I don't know if they actually fucked, but oh my god. She won't shut up about him. He even took me under his wing when Father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. And then my father and countless others lost their lives in the incident. Although he was acting under the Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider... I didn't mean to hit that. Yeah, we've been through this. I blame Gaius as much as any of them. Perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. When we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seems to fade away, and I remember the man I once respected. To think the dread Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Asians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. If Sid is as I remembered him, it will not take him long to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He was never one to waste time. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Millie is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Ishnai, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nail Van Darnus? Did the Legatus mean that much to Millie? From what I gather, it sounds as if the data based on Nail's combat capabilities were used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected, the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, and the Alliance wouldn't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? That's more or less how soul crystals work. And I'm not wrong. Yes, it seems that such crystals are in common use throughout Eorzea, an ancient but effective means of passing on knowledge from one generation to the next. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we analyze the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so, the Empire has sunk into the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? Hi, I have an answer. Close the Bahamut quest. That's why I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to more thorough investigation first. Several will provide support while you're in the field. Not only is this extremely well-versed in the latest Garlean technology, there are a few soldiers I'd rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Vale and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We'll learn what we can of the weapon project and the matter at which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we're late to the troops stationed here. For now, I think I should use this lull and Garlean activity to recuperate. Sure. I would be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memory of your time in Garlemald. Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you. Hot! So you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not for, too up close, mind. I suppose I should report your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? It came, I killed, it died. Twice. You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you'd slay hulking beautiful brutes like that for a living. I mean, yes. I'll put this all in the report and leave a copy over there. Should a fancy bit of light reading. Alright! Anyways, I expect you to be more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. The Chloralians put up the courage and come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Meanwhile, at the Magitex installation. Say, my guess is these two siblings will totally survive. And the other two with the wacky hair won't. I should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I knew he would. That's exactly the problem, Allie. He knew the true nature of the weapon project. He'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Millie's death be in vain. Even if it means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alpha Pawns. We can all go back to being one happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Orzians. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting who this turn it is next of ye of little faith. Ha! I was correct! To be at the helm of the sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Let me guess. And he's the emerald one with the colorations of him being blue hair and him being green hair. Totally not. Whatever happens, Rex. Promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Death warrant, here we come. Death warrant. Sleep down, Sapphire. Information revealing... I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word from Gaius, wishes to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. The fellow over there. The fellow. We did head out? Yes. Hi, cute lady. Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the ruby weapon, and said Garlon wishes to speak his, share his findings. You have a few moments to spare? Yes. Very good. Wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Glad you could make it, Ishnai. I'm sure you're anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypothesis were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system wherein a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experiences of another. So even rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior? Precisely, and we learned how this is made possible when we opened the cockpit. Monitors were still operational, among the messages displayed, one particular phase caught my attention. Synthetic aura sight system. Which is what exactly? Where to start with aura sight? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe that has it to be a type of aura sight. I can't say much for synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real aura sight before. It was extremely potent. Perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. No, it is not. No. It's unclear whether Garland's simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine aura sight, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiries to see where it leads. What we do know is it was used to implant the combat data of Nail van Darnus to the pilot, who was presumed to be dead since before the calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the Magitech armor of the Emperor's highest-ranking officers. There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, then that was rumored to be its true purpose, but was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether the system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with this device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via Aether. However, it seems the extraction not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Darnus. Though this is merely supposition, it is possible that being fused with the Ruby weapons core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The Ruby weapon itself was largely intact when it was deactivated, which strongly implies there was a synthetic aura sight running amok that killed her, rather than the damage occurred during the battle. Even after our analysis, I'm afraid we don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult Gaius as our next plan of action. I still need to get to the bottom of how synthetic aura sight system works, and whether the pilot's fusion with the core was malfunctioned or planned from the start. Gaius will know how to best proceed. I've just returned from my reconnaissance, and I shall reveal my findings before long, taking a long overdue rest. I didn't. Val has come bearing vital information. I traced the Ruby's weapon's path back to the occupied territory, which appears to be where it was built. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Can you dare to enlighten me? While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Grimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side, to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They've established an airship supply depot in the coastal city of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle. In all likelihood, the weapon is already will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea will allow us to save time by circumventing the ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Yeah, Sapphire has nothing to do with water. Never. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. This is a perfect chance to put my top secret plan to action. And might I ask what that entails? Wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, now wouldn't it? Yeah, but I'm getting on it! But I can say, there's a starring role planned for you, Ishnai. Oh god. Good thing I trust you, Sid. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off that easy, did you? You'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. I'm running. Running away now. I joke. Many Imperials from withdrew to Werlyt, though they would have ample time to recuperate by now. Were we to approach by land, we should expect considerable resistance. Must admit, I'm not fond of surprises, or secrets for that matter. See, Sid is still delighting keeping others suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. I will be back! It won't let me do this alone. I mean, it only will let me do this alone, so I will be back. I hate geometry! This is an animation student. I fucking get a Gundam. I get a Gundam! I get a Gundam, y'all! Here it is, Ishnai. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima weapon, the G-Warrior. Good that we found the fucking G-spot. We found the G-spot, y'all! I know probably everyone's made that joke. I know elegant design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. The floating castle, to be precise. We came across it during our course of our investigation and decided it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. And you would be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it. As it happens. But first we need to perform a test. Fuck. Throwing in battle. I don't know! Come. We haven't much time. So you want me to hit it? No. 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 Oh, we have to simulate the G-spot, y'all. Try attacking the guy in Simpson. Don't worry, it won't fight back. I'm not worried about that part, though. Final flourish. Why? Why? Cannon. Slicey. Straight line. Okay, that brings up vulnerability. Okay. What? Price. Huge. Must be used. Okay. Much improved. One more strictly stable. Time to buy. What? Okay. I have a fucking lightsaber. Auto restriction to get. Don't rely on it to carry you through the battle. Sure. Which thing? Dodging one's attack. Oh god. Okay, I can still use cannon while moving. Cool. Good to know. I mean, I didn't have it on for long enough for it to matter. You aren't timing me on this bullshit. No energy. Weapon. I mean, sure. Sorry, I'm concentrating. This actually involves thought. That seems everything. Time to end this oil home. Watch me forget this in like 10 seconds. I suppose in theory, any one of us could be the pilot, but I dare say your her natural abilities give you a certain advantage. Incredible, but how does it compare? Horribly, because I'm the one controlling it. Are you sufficiently prepared? Yes. I lied. Well, should part for Ternid Cliff at once. I'm gonna regret a lot of things in life. 90% of this is gonna be this. For right now. Seems they were expecting us, but who's the pilot? Rex? Ishnai, you're almost there. You better have your wits about you. I don't, but go on. MG Warrior, do the thing! I have control. Initiate combat mode. I want to sound professional. Even if I'm not. Now, get ready to strike. Warrior. G-Warrior! Engage! Time to fry this over grown squid. Is it too late to back out now? G-Warrior, engage! That sounds awfully familiar. Oh, you know a lot about the G-Spot. Good to hear. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. I mean... Activating Oversoul. Hydra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwire. No! I can't! Hold on! I'll be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Sorry, I can't hear you over my panicking. Can't shake him! Oh, Savage has been... She'll break their new boy. Thanks. Don't. Optimize judgment. Thanks. Get out of that. You know, that's unfair that actually hit when I was beside him. Very easy. Yes. I'm not gonna torture me, well, y'all find it hilarious. I don't want to torture myself. I don't have to. Oh. Self-destructing? Huh. Okay. Wow. Alright. So I do need to get rid of them. I was just trying to stay away from them if they did an area effect, if they were gonna go up. But no, they decided to come the fuck after you. God damn 'em. Get off. Ah! Still feels like Attack on Titans music. Yeah, first try! Yay! Yay! The target has been silenced. I mean, that's a way of putting it. Understood. That damn squid. I don't think it's a squid! Other than immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can at Turncliffe. Fucking mutated squid. Oh. Oh. Fuck. We actually are in Turncliffe. Oh, wow. I must admit, I envy your talents. When I possess even a fraction of your skill, I could better serve Gaius. I can't help the feeling there was a simple way to defeat the weapon. Perhaps shooting in the head with a large cannon would suffice. The town was in the way. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short time. With the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather the wealth of valuable information. Before it is dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. Should I? Or are you just doing that because that was one of your sons? Cthulhu wannabe. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. They're at our doorstep, and the sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Recon, what are you still here, doing here? Blech, you're supposed to move the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot. Oh, they're switching hair. The pilot the sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'd be practically useless in a real fight. We have one solution, Oversoul. You want to end up like Millie? Of course. No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she did give her life in vain. The Ruby weapon left behind data that's useful to improve the system to prevent any further malfunction. Sure! What difference does it make? Once Oversoul is active, the pilot refuses with the core, and there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and You and I both know we're the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you! No, I won't let you! Oh no! Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, and too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Poorly. Take the other weapon and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me, for Millie. I'm counting on you, Rex. Hump, you always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Rykon, I won't let you down. Just promise me you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. I mean, this is not that hard, apparently, since the Asians do it. You all make me happier than I had any right to be. Now I've finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let us give Father something to remember us by. The Echo, I presume? What did it reveal to you? Rykon, my poor boy, you're braver than the most could ever hope to be. It was as we feared. I'm sorry, Gaius. First Millie, now Rykon. You must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. And this isn't Sparta, so we can't deal with it. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Belsar? I understand you two have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for the Asians. But he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It would seem he'd rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of the mankind, as he would have us all believe, or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end, he'll always be a Garlean. I mean, so is Cid, your point is. And though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Belsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into lands that have long been home to we Duskrights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious by the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months. It seems they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned that 2 Imperials held at the bitter mill, that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Garleans who so longed to treat my kind as outcasts. None of that mattered anymore. All culminated with Operation Archon, which you led the charge into the Praetorium. We were right behind you when the place came to crumbling around us. Most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Balsar on the verge of death. Gods delivered me the man whose conquests had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy, I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I've rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind have danced to their tune, but no more. Then once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down then and there and then had I not sensed truth in his words. So I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he's granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might if he shows ever any sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. They are indeed the ones who are pulling the Empire's string. And it shall not end until they have been eradicated, every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait till we brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare whatever Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Servia can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. One second, y'all. But- Rather than not share any of what we discussed with my traveling companions. It only complicate matters. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment. Ran back up the stairs. Ah. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. We'll be able to recover anything of note. Before abandoning the facility, they'd attempt to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire's weapon combat data was intact. Say, that name fits. Judging by what we saw in battle, it was extracted from Regal Van Hydrus, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The echo afforded you a glimpse of the conversation between Recon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Good that my character has a better memory than me. Improvements were made to the synthetic aerosite system to prevent malfunctions. Then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of nail bendarness. But there was one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rickon were fully aware of this, were they not? Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Funds. How could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines. Surely there's no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. The nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse, Alphonse has every intention of sending them to battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I've seen enough death. I do not want to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. Servia, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll sure to contact you. Alphonse, I will find you wherever you are. If other weapons have been moved elsewhere, the locals must have seen the direction they're headed. At this stage, any information at all will be better than what we have now, which is next to nothing. Anya. Kira Danya. Hi! Wolf. Hi, Wolf. Welcome back. Sounds like you're on quite a journey all the way to Turncliffe. Judging by the fact that you're here, made it in one piece, trust everything went according to plan. But an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G warrior through its paces myself. Well, everybody needs to learn about the G spot. Gently more stimulating than supervising this whole route. Yes, stimulate the G spot. Anyways, as before, I'll compile the information you reported and leave it over there as you perusal, should you be so inclined. If we have heard anything from the your quarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Yes, you did. We have a mecha called the G Warrior. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. What's with this? I mean, hot, but... This is kind of... I couldn't deliver my report, Lord Valens. Why are you doing that in front of children? Ew. Can we not look at the sweat? Oh, so you've returned young Alfred? Or was it Alwick? Can we stop looking at the sweat? Not that it really matters, of course. I heard that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall in the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now. Don't need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human and to forgive divine. You know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. Drinking that. Scary, he's doing this with the kids in there. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state it's the one known as the Warrior of Light, assisted by Cid, Garland, and Gaius Van Belisar, my lord. Gaius. Yes! It seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemon, sassing the Emperor. Whatever next. Oh well, there's no use of crying over spilled milk. You're about to spill the milk, aren't you? Please don't spill the milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence and pampered every day of their lives. He's doing that bad man thing. Yes, they are quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they're sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest. For that is their lot in life. Don't spill the milk. To discarded once they've served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so you could deliver them gift wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sidnun Garland rubbing his hands with glee at the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius of all people, get the better of you. How do you think that reflects upon me? Legardus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by a traitor. Humiliated, I say! There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yamate? Yes, my lord. Yamate. Provincial fools. Yay. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. Oh, how the time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I let my standards slip, now can I? Nothing creepy about that. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Ah, yes, that's right. So you're Ally, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child, and I will show you the way. Yamate? Yamate? Yamate! In front of the other children as well. Sorry. Blood of the Emerald. Oh, it's good to see you, Ishnai. Please inform the Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. Spin cycle. Seems that Sid is not of the habit of saying the same thing twice, which must be why he's been waiting for you to arrive before revealing the results of his investigation. Though the Imperials may be gone, the scars they have left on this once peaceful town will doubtless take many years to heal. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Several inform him of Ishnai's arrival. Thanks for coming. So what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below is not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We all know the code names are given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we're all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported by either land or air. Which of course leaves the only one option, the sea. According to the fragmented data we are able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like Sapphire. Do not make me fucking do that again. Meaning its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. And travel by sea will allow him to circumvent the front lines at Grimlet entirely. The Alliance must be ordered at once. Told at once. Hold your chocobos, Serva. It seems that the Emerald weapon is still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. Far more likely it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to two possible locations. Castrum Meridium in the Rothano Sea and Castrum Alkins in the eastern La Nocia. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th religion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Val, you and Servia will make your way to Castrum Alkins, while Ishnai and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald Weapon, we'll give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire Weapon. I wonder why! Well, like in machinery has its uses, it's a bugger finding replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. I'm never in a fit state for combat. While I'm aware that this far adequate replacement, I can provide an ironwork submersible to help Ishnai and Gaius reach Castrum Merium. I have one sent away to head to Vesper Bay, of course, Vesper Bay. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Servia and I will count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Ishnai. I can fucking swim without worrying about it. It's Gaius that has to really worry about it in the submersible. Also, it's not made by, Ocean Gate, so we'll be definitely more safe. Time we depart. Let's make our way to Vesper Bay. Oh. So I don't have to teleport here. In the event that my attempt to bypass the Castrum security fails, the submersible of SIDS is best be able to withstand any Imperial weaponry long enough for us to escape. I don't know why you're saying us. I will be fine. As per Garlean's instruction, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently it uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, of course! In fact, though we're not sure what purpose they serve, it sounds like they have eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. That's all we know, I'm afraid. Have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. The Emerald Weapon is indeed being transported to this castrum. It would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might expect, there's measures in place to keep our intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the Emerald Weapon be activated, it's only a matter of time before the pilot uses over soul. Must silence the warm arcana before that happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm a mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I will only slow you down. As such, I'll provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the Emerald Weapon must be defeated at all costs. Oh, it's a regular duty. No, it's a trial. Cool. Hey, Wuffy, Wuff, you there? Wuffy, 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 Wuffy. Average wait time. 18 minutes! Oh god. I don't want to do it healing. I don't want to do it. You're going to make me do it healing. Aren't you? Okay, the screaming will be very beautiful. Except when it's not. That's not the flavor I want. Have you looked up that girl from, you know, whatchamacallit? The ZZZ we were watching earlier. I mean, yesterday. I mean, yeah, no, the day before that was when I was. Less than 5 minutes. Cool. Had a healer along and everything. Right back. This part I don't have a house. Did the time change happen already? Everything updates automatically with me. Last night, okay. Why am I here? Why are you? Well, we're waiting. Watch me if I totally don't end up regretting this statement. What's our letters? What are our letters? I don't know. Hi, Quiche. Having conquered his fear of questioning the locals, Quiche is ready to do something else. Good to see you, Ishnai. After a lot of asking around, I dug up some new leads on... Or at least I think I did. It wasn't easy, though. At first, only the stories of interest were of the Gridanian poachers dealing in so-called exotic meats, juveniles. In other words, too young and too dead to be what we're after. That detour notwithstanding, there are a few other tidbits that might be useful. I got my own thoughts on the matter, but I want to hear yours too. That alright? Much obliged. So here an adventurer came across a whole bunch of strikingly beautiful red flowers. Flowers. Feathers! Outside of town. They ended up giving them some kid who's been playing with them ever since. What of the point? There was talk of a huge beast with glowing blue eyes flying off towards a place called the Black Shroud. Red feathers, blue eyes, put two together, and it all sounds awfully like suck my dick. That's what I'm going with. Seems enough. It has enough of Thalion, and it picked up the Shroud as its new stomping grounds. Thanlan, what's your take on it? We'd be fools not to look into it. Ha! I knew you'd agree. After the amount of mystery meat I had to sample just to squeeze information out of those butchers at the market, I'm glad it all paid off. As for our next move, I reckon we ought to take a ship to Gridania. From what I hear, a fellow by the name of Gavin over at Adder's Nest should be able to tell us more. I'll meet you there. Ah, friend. Hi, friend. How might I help? I'm after a tutorial of I'm searching for this dangerous creature that's come over from another continent. I see. As it happens, I'm aware of a beast that matches the description of this suck my dick. Our scout spoke of its blue eyes and red wings, and of its aggressive nature leading it to attack any who dare approach. So it really is here in the Shroud, and up to no good already. Thankfully, there's been no deaths so far, but it's only a matter of time before a merchant or adventurer becomes the first. So I believe Suckrider came here in search of new territory. Danlan wasn't to its liking, and now it's testing out the Shroud. Would appear so. I'll tell the other adders that you're pursuing the beast, and lend assistance as I can. I assume that's alright with you? Yes, sir. More the merrier. Slaying the beast's what matters, and I ain't too proud to accept help when it's offered. So where was the last thing? I was giving him a southern accent, wasn't I? The Southern Shroud. Once you get there, head for Quarry Mill and look for Lieutenant Global. Is leading the search. It lies. It said average wait time 5 minutes. It is now at 7. Less than 5 minutes. It's been more than 5 minutes. Wow. Don't believe we had the pleasure. I gather you two are in pursuit of a creature. Yes. I'm guessing that's the lieutenant. Who are those two? You must be Kishwa and Ishnai. The Adder's Nest sent word to expect you both. I am Golas, the officer in charge of this operation. This is an innocent stork. Who proves this with vital information? A merchant and her employee spotted the beast on the way back from Uda. So I'll take the liberty of assembling a team of experts to assist in tracking the target. At no small expense, I might add, but compared to the losses my business would suffer were the creature allowed to roam free, I deemed it a worthy investment. As our goals are aligned, perhaps you wish to join my experts in the field. If you so, you'll find them by Root Slate. I'm sure you get along swimmingly. Party har har. Looks like we're late to the party. Let's hear what they have to say. The fellow standing behind me, my bodyguard. One can be never too careful, particularly when traversing known trade routes. He looks serious. In light of Innocent Stork's considerable generosity, the Twin Adder have decided to let her experts handle the primary search effort in our stead. My men and I shall provide support by making inquiries around the settlement and sharing any new information we happen to acquire. Into the lower parts, y'all. Says Queen. I wouldn't say that. I say we found our experts. Thought I was giving you something. Again. Fresh meat for the hunt. An order came down to let you tag along, but don't get underfoot. Stairs. Looking for signs of a creature so our naturalists can predict its movement. Will then lay traps where it's expected to appear. Got themselves a proper plan, don't they? See, as they've been so accommodating, may as well join the search. That timing. Thank you, game. You ready? That's it, the emerald weapon. Yay. With wings. Kinda like Gridania. I mean, not Gridania. Garuda. Like there's a... I've been expecting you, Hero Eorzea. I mean, you should. I'd be very unhappy if you didn't. Look, Father, this is the power we command. You know, I'm quite sure Gaius would say, I love you and you're awesome and I'm proud of you quite more easily than you expect. You didn't have to go this far. I don't know how this fight's gonna go. Okay, that answers. A real spin cycle, not a little spin cycle, a real one. But that didn't come in as a dancer. There's enough dancers here. I think everything's getting smaller. I don't think I like this. Oh god. What do you mean split? I don't like the hands. Fuck. Does it have a second form? It has a fucking second form. Make my monster grow! If you could beat the... I mean, I have beaten it. Master combat. Oh, wow. Alia. I'm gonna become father! I don't think he wanted me to become father! What have you done? I wasn't being hentai, I was making a reference to, totally not, the Power Rangers. Be a witness to the glory of the Empire. Is where, at time of invasion, does the Aura site be causing this? The fuck? I'm gonna get all that. Or not? Fuck yeah! Damn it, I thought I got out of that time. Oh well. Fuck. I'm not sure I like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. See, he even glowed green! I mean, he went from green to, gold, like that side monster that always is with her. That's gold. Yeah, Goldar! So it ends. He became Goldar! Why did Rex throw his life away for this? You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used for this occasion. No, I mean in the sense of... He turned gold when she said, make my monster grow, and he's gold when he's big. In this. Regales made to think my techniques and strategies could be used so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observation I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald weapon here sooner or later, make good on their escape. Meaning the way that is now clear for Cid to inspect the whole war mechanism remains. Good, we don't kill, you know, civilians. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, we see that the Emerald weapon is a great deal more powerful than the previous two. This is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th will conceive next. Nevertheless, Ishnai has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that the Castrum Oakens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we'd never found the Emerald weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope he's finally at peace. We'll do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate. And I and the Ironworks will search this place top to bottom for clues to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed, I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. Careful, careful. Gotta hand it to them. Makes a good weapon. Hope Cid gets a good handle on the situation as well. Oh, Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Millie, Recon too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes. That's what the synthetic aura sight system is. The fusion between Pilot and the Court is the key to Oversoul. Unless we use it, we won't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends, to stand between us and the Primals. Without which, the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought if we knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try and stop it. No duh! Of course I would! But what I don't understand is why all you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garlean lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparisons to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. I mean, if you're dead, you kind of lost hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, then we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. Good thing I brought down the Empire. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire has changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. cognitive dissonance does a lot. And, you know, the pointing, like, or, like, mentally forgetting stuff, you know? More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Alright, Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch us over us has been caroled away to the capital. Now's our chance to get you out of here. Why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are the small price to pay for, Werlyt's freedom. No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. We'll be forever at your side, Allie. Allie? Allah. Rex, take her to the holding cells. Oh, let me go! Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go! Let me Jokes. So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father. Is that right? Yes, they'll take Allie into their custody before the Galleon's return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapons project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let her sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon flying at its peak if we are to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic aura sight system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Oh, don't worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphino. Wrong person. Alphonse! Name too close! This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain. But it seems she's been through quite the ordeal. Oh. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Saria is taking care of Allie, but may be some time before her nerves have settled. The business you witnessed is true. Alphonse and Rex locked her away to keep her own safety. When she is ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There's one other thing I thought you should know. When we checked her injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her, Valen? Seems she was subject to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the various stages of bruising. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman. My father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Although I had known very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought as if I was to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear. So I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos Galvis in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. Well, it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming it would be a waste on savages. But at the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. Nothing was left for me in Werlyt. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me, and that was when I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it, other than a few scant details. You've gotten something to eat for yourself too, right? Thank you. I knew not of your past. It sickens me to think I once fought under the same banner as the vile creatures. I'd always believed the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who would become drunk on power afforded by their station and prey on those they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption is spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subject to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Ra, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought that she would be spared such treatment when she joined the army, alas. I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It was Val's turn to keep watch. Let's ask him if there's been any change. Bum 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 bum. Though you've overcome the emerald weapon, it's hardly a cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation would have been averted, but alas, it was not to be. Suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue stress. Wait here. I am a healer. Although the game recognizes it at certain important parts of cutscenes. Ali, I am sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Millie and Recon, too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no! This cannot go on. Please, Allie, tell me what all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens van Varro was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war mechana, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he thought fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some may even say he's using the power of the weapon to lay claim to the throne. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Sure. No, but I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself. And I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. I mean, if you look at Gaius, look at him. His visage is jealous-worthy. Valens van Varro. I must admit, it was only recently that I heard the name. Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the military and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was signed to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Oh! Who would have thunk? Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. When you treated those who served the Empire based on their merit rather than their race or origin, Valens was adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. Never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away, nothing good could come of it. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes, to Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you'd never have been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. Could have fled Valens if we wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we'd be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens and the Empire itself, clearing the world from its tyranny. That way we might start fresh, find a place we can call home, not just for us, but for anyone who wished to live in peace. You'd give yourselves your lives for a future you may not live to see. That seems to happen a lot. You took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak. You would gain the strength by whatever means necessary. We would fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew you'd never consent to our participation in the weapons project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who were able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. We would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. May have called you our enemy before. Never meant it. Still loves your father. You're everything he inspires to be. Just keep stabbing him in the heart, why don't you? I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I'll free him from Valens, if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you now, more than ever. Listen, Allie. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the Ultima weapon was not born to create, but to destroy. Rafano meant not follow my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. He's... Sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Allie, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Rickon, and Millie, right? Aren't you? Maybe. We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You did what you had to do. I have no right to ask you this, but... Lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I mean, that's what I'm kind of doing anyways. You don't need to ask. I know now why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against father's wishes. I have a good feeling about his new friend. You shouldn't. Soria, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay these notes to the troops in Yerbanya? Yerbanya. Your loving father act may fool others, Gaius, but not me. For your life you saved, you defended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day? Or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. Let me out, let me out, let me out! We have Selfie back there. Is that the outfit you were trying to do, Fluffy Wolf? Receive word of your victory. over the emerald weapon. I expect there would be a fine display on your part. Not an us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you give us a blow account if you don't mind. Good grief, it sounds as though you had an awful lot to contend with, rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of time next soiree. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, I'm sure to get some rest. Oh, technically it is your birth- No, it's not. It's still- we have an hour. Almost your birthday. Meanwhile, the 7th Legion's correction chamber. Just a little bit of blood on that floor. 3 weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Oh. Ah! It's birthday somewhere. I know, right? In Europe it is. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less has escaped. In fact, they're making children do that. And those who should go crawling too, but that swine Gaius, after everything I've done for her, to her, he was trying to say to her, for her, this is how she repays me? It's your older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, this is your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. Ew. I hate this. You see, something wickedness has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad! 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 Bad. Another like peer pressure. Ah! I'm not doing it. Well done, you've made Father proud. Very proud indeed. Trying to collect people like Gaius did. As for you, I thought you were cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls on you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius, Belzar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertaining the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are! Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenoses. Of course. I can't escape him, can I? He's fucking everywhere! So whatever schemes you may hatch will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let this synthetic aura sight system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Lord Valens, preparations for Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has some secrets to share with you. Please keep your clothes on for it. Please? Say, is he breathing? This is my chance. And it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the women will be mine to command. Once shall reach perfection, I will be unstopped. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall. We'll be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. Millie, Yukon, Rex, I'll see this through to the end. I promise. Until then, watch over me. Well, I mean, they're below you, so watch up to you? The Ethereal Sea is below you. So is it ready or not? Last trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then let's get on with it. Initiating synthetic aura sight system. Downloading diamond weapon simulation. Is that her husband? What's going on? Wrong voice. You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Galamod! This isn't what we agreed. You said if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvis combat data sample ready. Glavis. Instigating organic core overwrite. Yeah. I didn't mean to hit through there. He's bulging. He's blooming, y'all! Did he explode all over everything? Where is my prey? God damn it. Organic overwrite complete. Zenus Galvus data loader. The subject is instinctively born to seek out prey right from the onset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough, shut it down. Deactivating synthetic orosite system. That's blood. That's a something. How revolting. What a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. But sir, you agreed to risk his family in exchange for cooperation. Mine. I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens Van Varo bargaining with savages. More fool him for trusting me in the first place. I mean, kinda, I guess. Ishnai, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet. Helping residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. And a lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we are able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you could spare the time, we could use our help. Bless you, Ishnai. You really are a saint. No, I am not. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have words with their usual escort. Wish you all the best. I think of it more as Bateman from American Psycho or whatever. I say that as I pretend that I've seen that, or the Phoenix Joker. So the boss just roped you into helping, did he? Knew you couldn't say no. Thanks, escort. I've just seen the clips. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Werlyt, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where, we do not know. Stands to reason, however, if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, I've been more appalled to hear how it treats its own. War machina that feed on the very lives of their pilots? I can scarcely believe anything more heinous. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated Sapphire weapon, aren't you? Thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina. I grew up here when I was 16. When I saw 16, I was put to work as a magtech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. Because my social batteries can't last that long? For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose it could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield. and hope my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Just 10 to 20. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'll need to see the official list of conscripts. If one exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. But with the resistance troops and ironwork engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word for them. I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. I've been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is that Legatus Valens won't take this lying down. That man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he'll never let go. He'll be back, I'm sure. I'll let you do the talking if that's alright. Something I can help you with? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings. It seems she has her reason. Since we're carrying out our investigations, we've closed off the place to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who was asking, I can hardly say no. So I better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Millie. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th of all places. How did you know her? It all began when we were serving together in the 14th. We had much in common, being both drafted from the same occupied territory. We so became firm friends. Then one day she was sent off to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rikon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius Ben Baelsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sans Junis, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seems Livia had a strong attachment with the guys. Yes! She was so mad when he had an interest in me, and I don't have an interest in him. He wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible. But her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the sight of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, the prefectus castrum of the 4th Legion came specifically to meet them. I was surprised that a Rhoda risen to such ranks, and I was even more taken back by the unguarded manner in which he spoke to him and his subordinates. Not like I didn't kill him either. I'd hoped people like him serving on the Eorzea front, they would be safe hands. Then it came for Millie to leave. We shared a few final words, and she was gone. That would be the last I ever saw of her. Well, I kind of killed her too. But after that, I was assigned to the Trivius Levitt because of the 14th. Nero. I worked restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed. But I escaped aboard an Imperial airship the moment before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd help bring those abominations into the world. Usually, a living pilot fed to the core's weapons core is part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they never dreamed of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts to ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapons project. Your skills and knowledge can finally be put to good use. What can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting for the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it'll bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Millie would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met. To the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forgive her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling the war mecha you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still some time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll also be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Millie and the others can wait a little longer. We're not going to tell her she's dead? Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I had done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Okay. Going back out. Going back out! Selfie has a pony. Selfie has a pony. How was your time in Turncliffe? Eventful. I mean, not as eventful as it could have been, but just eventful. I see, fate has dealt her a cool hand, but now she has the chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole Turncliffe. Seeing the liberation of one small town will be the pivotal moment in Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside with the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials are seen fleeing with their legs between the tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll be doing our bit to support you. And the others, ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, do take care. And love you shall find, huh? I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's happening about Eorzea of late. What has been happening about Eorzea of late, I don't know. So you have in mind to assist us. We'd like to share the latest developments in Werlyt. As luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Hi! Minago. Glad to see you, Ishnai. It's been too long, Minago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ragger's Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. I love you, but sometimes I have other people in my harem to pay attention to. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Why is it always serious business with us? Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlyt also have the heart set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of Werlyt revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that is currently occupying the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead. No. Okay, fine. After much consideration, they turned to none other than Gaius Belsar. Of course, many would balk at the idea of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times calls for desperate measures. Good that you aren't including me in this! His reputation as a goddess speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans would attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands dealing with the Joy Boys, as do the rest of the allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Ishnai. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is rather a daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. Sure! I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know that you're ready to go. Doing the circles. You know, you could probably go off crafting while I'm busy doing whatever I'm doing right now. It's a long time coming, but finally, Werlyt will throw off the shackles of Imperial rule. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balsar while people lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Werlyt once, so I'm certain he'll be successful a second time. I mean, that's a positive way of thinking. Gaius Balsar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. Lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far. We must be prepared for severe casualties should it bring its full to bear. If our lives be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Viva Valorant! Let me be clear. You Malamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Werlyt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will be honored, and we will honor their decision. We'll hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Shall I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment, whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies to Alamigo. I mean, from Alamigo. This way, if you please. So, once again, I'm prepared to lead an army into Werlyt. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. I don't know. We seem to be living very ironic lives, the fact that you have to turn to me for help after I destroyed you also, so... Gods love playing jokes. For most of my life, I believe that the only empire only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization have hope. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Dialemon upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory, I sought out those with potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valens who see born Garlean a virtue itself, one above all others, who think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus, and everything that entails. It makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes a mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his foul crimes. I mean, I could do it too, you know. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Please keep your clothes on. Maybe? Please? I know that's strange hearing it from me. Why did Allie have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. She ran. You must keep this to yourself. I do not wish the soldiers to think I'm being distracted by personal matters. The letter was found in her room. Go figure. Dear father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I could bear. For his sake, the freedom of Werlyt, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. No way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please do not try and stop me, father. Good that I'm going to be the one to try and stop her. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life. No matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie. She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlyt. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into our own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. So there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces to save Allie and Alphonse. I want nothing more to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush the battle without accurate preparation, 7th Legion will tear our partisan army up to shreds. As a capable warrior as Ishnai is, she was to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy. She'll be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Bet? Bet? But if we don't do something, Allie and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Servia. And so did Allie when she wrote that letter. Turning alive was never part of her plan. Do you hear me? I'm in Werlyt, just outside Castrum Collins. And all hells have broke loose. There's an enormous explosion. And through the smoke and flames, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we've lost the signal. This is what Allie spoke of in her letter. A way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlyt from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear what a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's rung amok, then it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Let's see how many times I will fail this mission. Between us, we'll find a way to save them, except when we don't. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Kicks him in the shins. I'll have you know, my record of surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. Yep. Very well. I will have the time be for the time being. I'll have a revolutionary stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlyt may yet present itself, but we first must be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Servia, have Sid ready up the G Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside of the hangar. Oh god. It's more shit I have to do. And fail at. Let's go. Have ranging bets on how many times I'm gonna fail this? Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. How wonderful to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think you weren't coming back. My impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before the previous weapons are merely prototypes used to gather data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you're paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorb and the data they accumulate will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. Dead eyes. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As a detailed report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Bilsar's brand of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. And all that remains for me is to resume my role as its pilot and for you to release my brother and the rest of the compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, a handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapons project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the gifted can draw out the potential of the synthetic arcite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. Sorry, I'm honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request the people of Werlyt be given full imperial civilization and citizenship and right to govern. So, my, how very bold of you. Quite astute, that is. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlyt citizenship if I so desire. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of an imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would be seen a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, You certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlyt you want, it's yours. I soon have no need for the stinking backwater providence anyway. And what about my brother? Oh yes, Alwick, or what's Alfred, whatever his name is, you need not worry. I've made special arrangements for him. It's perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the Diamond Weapon, shall we? Night, Wuffy Woof Woof! Happy birthday that's currently on the Eastern. It's like an hour before. Oh, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The moment. The history. I know this is what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. The moment. The history. Help us. In history. I don't remember all the song. Kind of sucks it's only the Broadway that's currently on Spotify rather than the, original movie. And initiating synthetic RSite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Oh, that's understandable. Behold, perfection itself! I mean, she is, yes. Millie, Recon, Rex gave their lives. That others may live without fear. Oh, our sight's taking hold. I'm just glad you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father must still work together to... Sorry, I can't be there about your side. This is the only way. What is that, my dear? Is something the matter? Diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Oh, you mean I can't stab him myself? What'd that mouth do? You miss! How? Lowboard filth! You think your alert performance had me fooled? You're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down! Yes, Ward. Transmitting the deactivation signal. Oh, it's not responding. Haha, it's Welp had me worried for a moment. But you're alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. Hi, Rose! I can't like this. Hide my hand. Fawns, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Is combat sample ready? Initiating overmind. Subject. Zzz. Overmind? Wait. Is this that? Ah! Can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating overmind. But how? I don't care. How? Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Yeah, she did. She did. Well, it's not for you. I suspect Gaius would have ventured into Werlyt by himself, with little more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. I was unable to save Millie, Recon, Rex, but there may be a hope for Allie and Alphonse. Well, about one of those. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Val, after finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. This has melted a massive blow to the Imperial forces. I am certain Allie is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that we need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as Black Wolf. Your penchants for galactic war machina. But if it means the G-Warrior has a chance to shine, I'll be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airship, I'll have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again, Ishnai. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Alvi and Dylan volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she's joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. Hi, Apocalypse! As far as I can tell you, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all the data combat and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you've encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Ave's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. So that everybody knows where it is, right? But there'll be more time to explain on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Looking badass? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not end them. For that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior! Yes, we must teach everyone about the G-Spot! I repeat, we will save the G-Spot! We're off to save Millie's foster siblings, Alphonse and Ale, are you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. About that. No, I'm good. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Val's safe return from Werlyt. Hopefully he's taking advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Once again, citizen engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Ishnai handles the various armaments. Agreed. There'll be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Are we rail shootering this? Minutes, okay. Well, while we're waiting on that... No. We were at Camp Tranquil, weren't we? My GD's savior. I know, right? Dog appears to be that of an enormous beast. Judging by its dry appearance and muted color, it was excreted some time ago. Yay. The dung exudes a foul odor. The lingering warmth indicated it was recently deposited. Zip told. These creatures bear the marks of enormous claws on their hindquarters, suggesting they were struck down as they attempted to flee. Flee, my precious! Flee! Found the new signs of activity. How about you? Corpses of grazing animals gouged by monstrous claws. Same here. Size and depth of the wounds are consistent without Sogridic hunts. And just like back in Toriel, it's killing not just to eat, but to mark its territory. To show anyone and everyone who's boss. There you are. Managed to sniff anything out? Yes, sir. Apart from a couple of dunghills, we found some dead wildlife. Most likely the work of the Suck My Dick. I reckon it's close somewhere to the north of the swamp. We've come to the same conclusion. The predator makes no attempt to cover its tracks. Clearly it survived so long by virtue of its immense proportion, and in spite of its diminished intelligence. I'm quite sure it's quite more intelligent than you think. You got it all wrong. It left those tracks on purpose to see how we'd react. Are you saying the beast is testing us? That's absurd. The level of foresight and cunning required to even attempt to do so is far beyond the lesser beings. As for the corpses left behind, those animals must not have been to its taste. I suggest using fresh cuts of prime livestock as bait. The bloodier, the better. Once the creature has been enticed, surrounding it and subduing it is but a formality. Hate to break it to you, but Suck My Dick is way too clever to fall for that. You're gonna make every trick in the book, and then some. Rest assured, I've considered every eventuality, even if there was a merit in your advice. I'll not let it be said that our success was the product of anyone's genius but mine, and mine alone. Well! What difference does it make who came up with what? A monetary difference. Innocent stalk offers better rewards based on performance. I don't think about even trying to steal our thunder. We're the ones who will bring her whatever his name. I suck my dick. Not you. Listen, we've trained to fight large predators like these. If you got any sense, you'd let us take the lead. And put our lives in the hands of complete strangers? I think not. Hello? Hi! Warrior of Darkness! Light here! Both things. There's no place in our strategy for use, so stand aside and wait for further instructions. Fine, have it your way. If you're half the hunters you think you are, Suck My Dick is as good as dead, right? Come on, Ishnai, let's leave them to it. Nothing ever good came from working with people you can't trust. Even I know that. Then it's decided. You two wait at the southern end of the lower paths. Be ready to give chase in case the beast escapes us. Not that it will. Save this goddamn star, and here's what he's saying. If I should be one to finish off a Suck My Dick, to properly avenge our brothers in arms, but it really doesn't matter who does the deed as long as the beast dies. As long as the fucker dies! Awfully quiet, don't you think? Awfully quiet, don't you think? Ah! Deserved! You hear that? No, I don't, actually. Must be one of them Hottenpotters. Came from the north. Let's move. I just remembered that I was having him with a southern accent. But, to be fair, I didn't hear anything. Other than somebody who deserves to, you know, lose a few times. To get that ego back in check. Oh, shame! Shame! Shame. They dead? Shame. Oh, shame. It's bad, real bad. No, I think it's fine. Any last words that are of importance? I know it hurts, but please, tell us what happened. It was watching us. I mean, you weren't exactly fucking hiding. The fresh lamb should draw the target out of hiding, though if I laced it with the toxin I brought, success is very, practically guaranteed. Toxin? We were explicitly told not to kill the beast in case you've forgotten. Of course not. It can also be used as a sedative. Highly potent, but only lethal if applied in excess. If you lack the stomach for it, I'll do it myself. Naturally, my personal contributions will be detailed in the final report to ensure credit is given where due. What the hells are you playing at? If it catches wind, the plan's ruined! Shouldn't we go after them? No, it'll only make things worse. If the bookworm wants to stick his neck out for a few more gil, I say let him. What? No. Ah! He's fine. Friend. Gods have mercy! There it is! Stay calm, nothing's changed except the bait. Now's our chance! Hi. I mean, their bodies ended up a bit further away. They were screaming. I ran, but I could still hear. You were right. It knew! It knew! Clever girl. Quiche! Ishnai by the 12, what happened here? Fun. The hunters became the hunted. The fact that his face and skin is more highly detailed than the clothes he's currently wearing kind of is off-putting. I shall see that their remains are recovered and necessary rites performed. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to return to Quarry Mill and share the unfortunate tidings with innocent Stork. Oh, good that you took me here. Elapsed time is 11 minutes. Wow. Even with the sedatives, they didn't stand a chance. If it only talked to them out of it, this never would have happened. You weren't gonna talk them out of it, so don't feel bad. I anticipated casualties, but that was a massacre. Suck my dick's grown bolder. Before we only hunted animals, lone travelers, and prey it knew it could handle with ease. Its past brushes with death taught it to be cautious. That's probably why it fled to Torio in the first place, too. But it just outwitted a group of armed hunters. The white fled. Instead of running away from trouble, the beast went looking for it. This was a sport. A game. It was having fun. Oh yeah, we did. I keep forgetting. And now we have that has a taste. It's only gonna want more. Keep forgetting that I have it. Because I'm jumping between doing this quest line and also doing the diamond weapon. My poor trudgement invited this tragedy. I must make amends. Please allow me to assist you in pursuing the creature. Even without a team of experts at my disposal, I believe my network of contacts will prove useful in the gathering vital information. We'll be grateful for the information, but we'll take care of the rest. Understood. I've placed my faith in your abilities as Vipers. Appreciate, ma'am. If you turn up any leads, be sure to let us know. I'd best return to the Adder's Nest and deliver my report. It's imperative we inform the populace of the threat that is posed by Suck My Dick. Might you ask you to use Quarry Mill as your temporary base of operations. Knowing where to find you will make it easier to coordinate our efforts. Suits me fine. Besides, I got plenty to do here, like learn about this neck of the woods and the critters and whatnot. But when I have you, there's one thing I want to ask. How's the Twin Adders get their name? I beg your pardon? What does that have to do with suck my dick? Nothing really. It's just our vipers based our fighting arts on snakes, so they're near and dear to our hearts. Might even say we got a reverence for them. Is that so? I suppose we also feel a kinship towards snakes. The name Twin Adders comes from a pair of white snakes on the Gorgonian standard, though the imagery it predates the city-state's founding. There's more I could tell you, though I fear other matters must take precedence. Yeah, with a history as long as that, we'd be here talking till the Packers come home. I hope to hear more about it, but I understand if I had to wait. I'd best get to learning what I can do about suck my dick. While I see that, maybe you ought to squeeze in some more training. I'm like so many levels above what I should be. Minutes. Oops. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning, and sure enough, suck my dick had struck again. Golos and Innocent Stalker trying to narrow down where it appeared next on the reports, but so far they've come up empty. Oh God, I saw it fall, God float, talking to witnesses. Let's go to it and learn. Papa's on the hunt. Papa's on the hunt. Papa, 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 papa. Papa, papa, papa. All right. Same with innocent storks hunters. Same with innocent storks hunters. They're leaving corpses where they lie, uneaten, all to make a point. It's my claim, and you live or die by my pleasure. Thank you for coming. I expect Quiche has shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. Suck my dick grows increasingly bold, with deadly consequences. For the blessing, the people here remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders have called upon anyone with information to share, and asked what they gather here. As we requested any details to be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves as somewhat inundated. I am certain, however, that among the accounts are vital clues to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All you gotta do is ask folks around here what they've seen, right? Yes, that would be most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Aetherite, while Ishnai asks over by the bobbing cork. Bobbing cork. Bobbing, bobbing, bobbing. Yes. Bobbing. Mild-mannered adventurer. I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. It was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seemed to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it probably slaughtered before flying away. While passing through, I heard that some fiend was on the rampage over in East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw people coming from that direction and looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did, too, or I might have died. Oh, so it was basically hurting them away to turn it around and kick their ass. I saw it flying over the central shroud. Each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind, bearing the scent of blood. So noxious and suffocating. It was all I could do not to vomit where I stood. Vomit. Okay. Just need one more. Everyone's got a story to share, but nothing that seems to point to where Suck My Dick might strike next. You do any better? Wrong accent. Northeast Central Shroud, huh? Pigs I asked said it was in the south. I tell you, it must be trying to make the whole damn forest its territory. Hold on now. One of the guys I talked to was in the shroud. Your witness heard the beast was on the rampage. Mine never said he saw Suck My Dick, even though they've been there at the same time. Worth looking into, don't you think? You might be onto something there. I'm not saying this is an answer, but you never know where the trail will take you till you follow it. We ought to chat up that fellow again. I'll take you to him. Oh, Phil. Okay. Okay. I swear I was thinking you were something else. As I said before, I was traversing this east shroud on an errand when I heard what sounded like flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal going through the flesh. Did I recall monstrosity loose? Potpourri. I will try and find. Something about the creature. The end. We don't know where we are. Target in sight. Pin it down with the official. Threat detected. Returning file. Familiar male voice. God damn it. Do a barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. So I'm guessing heights is a thing we need to worry about. Are we supposed to jump over to the other side? is never gonna be easy. Let me see. Familiar male voice. I hate. What predator nonsense is this shit? Oh no. Oh no. There's gonna be two different forms of this. They would fight as one. Is her brother? Sorry to keep. Should be airborne now. I wonder if her brother's already been sacrificed in there. All hands on deck! Get them. Da, 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 da. Containment field won't hold. You must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. As I can see some sign of the 7th here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we're not too late. Ellie! Her eyes are not the same color. Is she blind? What? Not gonna heal? I am in healer form! Please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you had a score to settle. Yeah. If you have a score to settle, now's your chance. Show yourself. Show yourself! Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. A sword to Skittle? Yes. Skittle! Skittles! You certainly have a distinct instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from a coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak of me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine! 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 Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why? He's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then, an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was really brilliant when he put his mind to it. In my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valen of Vanvaru conceive of such a marvel. To think that Ali came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she envisioned. I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why the Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated spur the rots that spread throughout the Empire. Am I playing as Gaius? Crimes are a affront to not only Garlemald, but all of mankind. Now you shall die. Not if I'm the one controlling. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past. Just like you. Good thing I haven't learned anything new. Termus S. Morris? Ah! 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 But this wasn't in my data! Of course it wasn't. Yeah. You need a double tap. Double tap! Triple tap. Stabbing until there is no body left. Well, that was. Reactivating synthetic orosite system. Smash him. 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 Come on. Faster. 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 Killed by his own creation. Squeeze. Okay, if that's what you're gonna do, squeeze. This can't be! How is it so functional? Removing memory inhibitors. Crunch. Hi. What? You! Stop this at once! Please, let me go, Albert! No, no, wait, no! Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You're beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from the past. This is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop! I beg of you! Can't do this to me! I'm Valens better than Gaius, better than... Can't end this way! Oh, that pop. Beautiful. Oh, that dripping sound. Beautiful. Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. Yes, I swear. I ask only that you, Millie, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the giant, the diamond weapon, give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead. Father, not go on like this, please. I understand. Putting old Yeller down. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. What, you're gonna hunt him down? I see. We'll remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens, Van Varo, and the weapon project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt revolutionaries to take control of the city. They still suffered considerable losses. They have at least gained their freedom. And with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to hear the scars left by decades of repression. While there's still hope for those who survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. This is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he has lost are forever gone. Whatever. I can see how heavy the burden weighs on him, as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. Concern for Ellie's. In recent events, Werlyt have a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none so more than Ali. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We'd even called Sid to see if she could ascertain what the problem might be. You see, the strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused Ali to close herself off like this. For the time being, all we can do is wait. Oh, there's one other thing. Lina has come by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go see her. Made the monument. Thank you for coming to meet me. Glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. I think there's more names on there. I've actually been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Almenian resistance, the monuments to the fallen have been completed. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will remember the sacrifices they made. You're always so kind to me. Now it's my turn to do the same for others. Lina's absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to back and forth. See how heavily... Okay, same thing. Hope all of those, Lena. Actually, while you're speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Ring, 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 ring. Ali. Does she even recognize me? At first we thought it was the weapon's influence that caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The doctors say this is more likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Arasite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each previous cases, the pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. After all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation has been laid. Millie, Raycon, Rex, Alphonse, Ali, they risked everything to win the freedom for Werlyt. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. Long arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Servia will be proud to call home. For so long, all that's kept me alive was hate. But the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret if I don't. Or if I don't. Well, there's nothing I can bring back the ones I've lost. I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change. People change. And it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you need further creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book of all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone could get through to Ali, it's you. She looked up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Val and Silvia. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, it was always the outside looking in. I realized if we can't find one, we have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they've never gave up. Neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see what this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am you chose to stand with us until the end. Hope we'll meet again someday. All this time, I was trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Godmund are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. Even though they are no longer with me, I want to be someone they'd be proud of. Now I too have been given the chance to make a difference. In a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, neither will I be beheld to it. When I met the people of Werlyt, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. I must admit, the thought of returning to Werlyt fills me with apprehension. As half Garlean and former Imperial soldier, it'll be easy to gain acceptance, but if they're willing to turn to Gaius Baelsar of all people for help, anything's possible. While I may no longer have a place to call home, I now have the opportunity to help the people of Werlyt rebuild theirs. And who knows, maybe I'll choose to settle down there one day. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Val, Servia, we'll continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. Oh, he has no children now! And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps it was Alphonse's attention. Don't be afraid, we mean you no harm. But that thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Baelsar, and like Valens van Varo, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. I mean, you can always fuck to make up for the children you've lost, too. Pray forgive me, I did not mean to scare you. If you'd lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Don't chop them off. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect the people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had. Finally, victory was there, but theirs came at a terrible price. As their father, I was still struggling to come to terms with their sacrifice. And yet they've entrusted the future to me, and I'll stop at nothing to see their dreams fulfilled. Even so, there's only so much one soldier could achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the doctors look them over and find a place for them to stay. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I mean, I'll be back because I'm doing the clothing thing. I myself can scarcely believe we were once bitter adversaries. My encounters with you has led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? For those who grasp the reins of power are said to be strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be weak. For better or for worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, strength of spirit, of resolve. There lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, and to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That strength you possess may it never leave you. Seems I'll have summoned all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlyt is underway. I'll do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. In the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose roles in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you're passing by Port Praetoria, soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Of course they do. Please give them my regards. I hope when our paths cross again, I will have tidings to share with you until my next we meet. Welcome back, Ishnai. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it unfolded. So what can you tell me about this diamond weapon? Well, it wasn't made of diamonds. So it lied. By Rhaegar's beard, even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Poor orphans. I only pray that the citizens of Werlyt were able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. I'll go ahead and unlock the extreme versions of this, by the way. Before going to talk to Taru about it. Father, the members stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Ali. What? I bet this isn't creeping out any other people. Nero. You! Unhappy. That projections from within the synthetic ore site. These are his memories. Their memories. Her eyes have returned. I don't want to live with the world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Let's take care of him in our place. If you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will be forever at your side, Ali. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father! Fiend. Mass destruction of weapons. Yeah, I know. I destroyed a lot of them, didn't I? I have to say, that was the most exhilarating battle. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to have seen such ferocious war machina with my own eyes. You might find it odd that a citizen of Eorzea would be so excited by something sent by the Garleans to slaughter us in the thousands. But as an avid follower of all things gigantic and mechanical, I can't just help myself. Oh, to be able to pilot such a majestic creation. Perhaps I should defect to the Empire and offer my services. Ever since the time of the original Ultima weapon, I have fallen in love with the this fusion of elegant and Garlean design. It takes my breath away. So much so that I could use my spare moments in the ironworks to develop a line of miniatures. And now your recent vanquished foe shall be the inspiration for my next endeavor. Would you do me the honor of casting your gaze upon this piece once completed? If that's what it takes to shut you up. Damn, my character can be mean sometimes. Did you say something? Whatever it was, I'm sure you were offering heartfelt words of encouragement. And support of fans such as yourself that make this such a worthwhile hobby. It's a good thing. Proud to say my work adorns the home of many like-minded Machina lovers. Ultima weapon in the Magic Reaper miniatures, to name, are two of my creations. Of course, I wouldn't be much of an engineer if I made them inanimate ornaments. Behold, I restored this elegant relic, added a few flourishes of my own, and dubbed the really virtually combat simulation experiencer. By feeding it various pieces of data, such as images of my replicas and so on, it is able to recreate a range of battle scenarios for research purposes, of course. No, not for entertainment. No, never. I can see you're practically chomping at the bit to give it a try. There's no stopping you intrepid adventurers types. It will be long till my latest work is complete. All that remains are 1 or 2 final adjustments, so don't go anywhere. Of late, all I can think about is weapons, weapons, weapons. I channel this passion into crafting homages of my favorite war mechana, which is more than a mere hobby. It's the wind in my sails. Very weapon fine choice. Please allow me a moment to prepare. Don't tell me it's... Feast your eyes on the likeness of the Crimson Conqueror, the Vermilion Villain, the Scarlet Scoundrel, and the one and only Ruby weapon. I'm sure you remember the most prominent characteristics were the impenetrable armor, adroitly depicted here as long, flexible claws, which were, well, you'll have to imagine those for now. The head and neck are arched neck are somewhat reminiscent of a ravenous void scent, which may be the result of having absorbed a primal, possibly even a summon by those resisting the Empire. In a sense, it could be even considered an ally of sorts. There I go, getting carried away as usual. I can tell you're absorbed with the... you've absorbed about as much information you can handle for now. Why don't we fire up the... Best brace yourself, because even I don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna start playing music. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, Emerald. Why, yes, of course. Just 1 moment, please. Oh, for gods be good. This thing weighs tons! Perhaps I should have used lighter materials. That's a you problem, not a me problem. So what do you think? It's every bit as terrifying as the foe you face? Behold, the malevolent Marauder, the vicious Verlian Vanillan, the German Giant. But perhaps not the last one. Anyways, Emerald Weapon! I assure you I spared no sense in making it as true to life, so to speak, as possible. The information we received regarding its design revealed several startling details, perhaps most surprisingly that all were free-floating manipulators, or hands if you prefer, which allowed it to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. Yes, we noticed. We even learned that their positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led the Imperial invasion of, Werlyt. By surrounding the target, they were able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. Eyes glazing over. Not only that, but the emerald weapon is able to perfectly replicate Gaius's renowned Terminus-S gunblade technique. Though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have been there to see it myself. Ooh, you're so lucky! Yeah, sure. Haha, goodness me. All this talking makes me rather parched. It is raining outside, though. Stick your head out of the thing and go, ah! Before I pour myself a nice glass of local arak, it's time for us to set fire up the see what wonders it can conjure. Anything could happen, so... I mean, I'm quite sure it won't turn into a sexy lady, so that's not the anything that could happen. Okay, fuck. Excellent choice. Oh, have it ready in a jiffy. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give one regardless. And I shall fade out of existence while you do. Disassociate. Let me begin with its alternative name. AEWIZ. Like other models, it is an anti-icon war mechana. The I in the numerical indicates it belongs to the first series of prototypes, and the Z implies it's the final version. Pure conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to be designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. That's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfected state, but it's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after I read the reports, I'm still troubled coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps we should give the moment of silence for the young lives lost. I was planning to give the sculpture to the people of Werlyt as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to the independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used... I don't think they like this sculpture there exactly. Use to reenact your encounter with a weapon. I hope it will prove useful in preparing whatever future holds in store.